Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, in the state of Tennessee. Today date is early Monday morning, May the 9th, 2022. The time is 5 a.m. First, say thank you to all my family, my support for your continued encouragement. I want to continue to keep myself employed right here in Memphis. Try to stay here, continue to further my education, more work hours online, continue to pursue my social degree, study being administration. Concentrate tomorrow at the present time, take a break, go to school. Very near future, I will be going back to more work hours online. Continue to pursue my social degree, study being administration, concentrate tomorrow. Yeah. Start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known by BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, in the state of Tennessee. Today date is early Monday morning, May the 9th, 2022. The time 5:01 a.m. First, say thank you to all my family, my support for you. Continued encouragement support. I'm continuing to keep myself employed right here in the Memphis tri-state area. Continue to further my education, more work hours online. Continue to pursue my social degree, study being administrative, concentrate tomorrow. The present time, took a break and go to school in the very near future. I will be going back to my work hours online, continue to pursue my social degree, study being administrative, concentrate tomorrow. Now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, and anti-hazing. Also, adversus heresies, translated meaning against heresy. Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. They wrote a 5-volume book titled Adversus Heresies Against Heresies. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. Those Gnostic theologians, all that Gnostic writing, it was banned and destroyed. A few of those Gnostic writings, a few copies of that Gnostic writing was buried. They wrapped it in some papyrus paper, put it in a jar, and buried it in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. In the year 1945, it was discovered by this little farm boy over there in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. Then he gave the Nag Hammadi library to his father, who was a farmer. And eventually the scholars found out about it. And also, Saint Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarian Greek, Panarian Latin, translated meaning bread basket. The scholars have also said that Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also Adversus Heresies Against Heresies. The Almighty, Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustle. The Almighty, Black Prince Stone. The Almighty, Black Disciples, popping. The almighty Mickey Cobras, cracking. The Bluefin, Black Disciple, the Black Disciple. The Lord Stone Disciples. 7-Eleven, G Killer. Who the G? When I make my video, I mean, don't assume like nobody know who the G's is. The history of the city, Chicago. I mean, in general, anybody can call themselves a gangster, a mobster. In the city of Chicago, the history of the city of Chicago, I know everybody heard of Al Capone and, for example, a lot of them Italian gangs and, mobs and all that you be seeing on TV and all that. And quite certain everybody, a lot of people that seen that movie, what's that, Scarface. So you talking about who a gangster and who a mobster. A lot of criminals on the street, shooting and all this kind of stuff. In the city of Chicago, the history of the city of Chicago. And on the south side of Chicago, Black Gangster New Breed, Gangster Disciple. And then later on came the Insane Gangster Disciple. And any other junk you'd have made up. Now, the history of the city of Chicago. Now, that's my daddy, Chester Johnson Jr. Passed away in 2012. And that's my mother, Annabelle Johnson. She's still alive, presently, trying to get over illness, and each and every day she's getting better. And continue to pray for my mother. And went to see mother on Mother's Day yesterday. She was doing a whole lot better. And that's my daddy's little brother, Lemuel Johnson, my uncle, Lemuel Johnson. While I was incarcerated, he was murdered, and I haven't forgotten. I didn't forget. I haven't forgotten. And I damn sure don't take it. And so, the history of the city of Chicago is very important. Very important. You see, before 1945, my granddaddy, Chester Johnson Sr., Chester Johnson Jr., and Lemuel Johnson, father from Mississippi. My grandmother, also from Mississippi. My granddad and my grandmama, both from Mississippi. They left Mississippi, lived in Memphis. Chester and Lemuel both were born in Memphis and lived in the city of Memphis. Worked on the job for over 20 years. They both worked on the job for over 20 years and retired. The house that my Uncle Lemuel was living in, he lived in that house practically all his life. Because the house he was living in, my great uncle, his great uncle, my grandmama's father, brother, that was his house. And so Lemuel was living in his great uncle's house, in the house that he was murdered in. And grandma, she had a son, born in the state of Arkansas, lived in the city of Chicago till the day he passed away. Grandma had a daughter, lived in the city of Chicago till the day she passed away. Grandma had a son, lived in the state of Mississippi till the day he passed away. Now grandma, living in Chicago, had a son, born in Chicago, and lived in the city of Chicago till the day he passed away. The history of the city, Chicago. Now, it's very important. There's a lot of African Americans who were living right down here in the South, in the state of Tennessee, state of Arkansas, state of Louisiana, state of Alabama, state of Texas, Oklahoma, Kentucky, next door to the state of Illinois, state of Missouri, next door to the state of Illinois, and Wisconsin, Minnesota, Indiana, Iowa, and the state of Michigan. A lot of African Americans migrated from the South and went to the city of Chicago as well as other parts of the state of Illinois and the surrounding states. This was before 1945 discovery of the Nag-Hammadi Library. So all that esotericism, before the 1945 discovery of the Nag-Hammadi Library, esotericism, rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nag-Hammadi Library, all this so-called Western esotericism, esotericism. They're rejecting knowledge. And that includes all that pagan, like we went over yesterday. And I had been saying something about it, but I know that Nag-Hammadi Library is one of the things that I know I had to deal with. But in addition to that Nag-Hammadi Library, that Gnostic writings, Gnosticism, is this so-called pagan. Like I went over yesterday and gonna continue to do, because I didn't forget. But I know, like I said, that Gnostic and this Gnostic writing, that Nag-Hammadi Library, got to deal with, got to address, and all that. See, that was that esotericism, Western esotericism, esotericism. And what they call it, Western mystery tradition. Some bunch of lies. It's a lie. All lies. When you talk about Western esotericism, Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, you talking about lies. The so-called scholars, they don't have no exact definition or meaning. It's a lie. It's all it is, a lie. And so when it comes to modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, or polytheistic reconstructionism, that's what the Western esotericists, that's what they made up. Because pagan is something that the Judeo-Christian people refer to labeled the non-Jews, non-Christian. They were called pagans by the Jews and the Christians. That's what the Helen, those other terms, Helen, Gentile, and heathen, and probably some more other words. And so when it comes to this Western esotericism, Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, Western esotericism, whatever. First, the most important thing, it's a lie. All lies. They made it up. And so, the whole gangster, gang plus stir, mob plus stir, the Holy Roman Empire got into a war with Martin Luther and his followers and his supporters, and they lost. The Holy Roman Empire didn't condone or tolerate Martin Luther and his followers and his supporters. The Catholic Church, the one and only church, didn't condone, didn't tolerate Martin Luther or his followers or his supporters. The Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Catholic Church, the one and only church. You say you're a Catholic, you're a Christian. You say you're a Christian, you're a Catholic. Scripture and tradition. And so, Western esotericism, esoteric, Western mystery tradition, rejecting knowledge. And when it comes to that pagan, like I said, it's not a system of religion, some kind of practice, but the word pagan, that's what the Judeo-Christian called you a pagan, as well as a Helen, a Gentile, a heathen. When it comes to literature, there is no pagan literature. Whatever sacrifices they made to these stone images or metal images, that's basically what it was. Taking animal blood and making sacrifices to these objects, to these wooden objects, metal objects, stone objects. That's basically what. And then when you get into their behavior, all that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer, but their behavior, degenerate, deviant behavior. And that's not me sitting here with a microphone. This is a historical fact. That's what they did. And so when it comes to this modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism. That's recent. That's recent. Because like I said, there's no pagan literature. None. There never was no pagan literature. If it's anything that some historical writers wrote, like for example, some Josephus, Tertullian, some of the people that historians from that era, they used to write things down and document historical, that's what somebody document what they observed there. But when it comes to literature, there is no pagan literature. The archaeologists may find some wood objects, may find some metal objects, they may find some stone objects that was used in animal sacrifice. That's what the pagan. So when it comes to gang plus stir, mob plus stir, and all this rejected knowledge, Pythagoras called his inner circle of initiates his esoterics. Pythagoras called all those outside of his inner circle of initiates his exoterics. Aristotle called all those his closest confidants his esoterics. Aristotle called all those who came to his evening lectures his exoterics. Plato also used the designation esoterics, exoterics. So Western mystery tradition, Western esotericism, esotericism, rejecting knowledge, the gang plus stir, mob plus stir, the Freemasons, the Order of the Eastern Star, the Ku Klux Klan was started by the Masons. The first fraternity here in the United States of America started by the Freemasons. Gang plus stir, mob plus stir. The Holy Roman Empire, after they defeated all of Martin Luther's followers and supporters, they came over here. They came over here to the United States of America. At the time, it wasn't the United States of America. All the Native Americans or indigenous people who were living here in the New World, up there in Canada and Alaska and North America, Mexico, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, the indigenous population. All that about the East African slave trade, the West African slave trade, transatlantic slave trade, all the Niger Congo people being transported from sub-Saharan Africa to the Caribbean, to Mexico, Central America, South America, and later to the 13 colonies here in the United States of America. As Canada, that was all limits. See, this is what that Western esotericism, the so-called mobster, the South Side of Chicago, Black Gangster New Breed, Gangster Disciple, later came the Insane Gangster Disciple, 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library, some leftover banned non-Christian writing, some Gnostic literature, some fictitious literature, all lies. All lies. See, this is a very serious. People make choices and decisions. Very serious. Now, I wasn't intending on doing no 8 hours, just but let me make this. I know yesterday, Mother's Day, I ended my video yesterday. I mistakenly wished everybody a happy Easter, but I meant I hope and pray everyone had a happy Mother's Day yesterday. Happy Mother's Day. And also on my mind, while it's on my mind, I don't want to forget, here, local DJ, was from Mississippi, originally from Mississippi. Been a long time DJ at WDIA. Bobby OJ has passed away. And our thoughts and prayers with Bobby OJ's family. Been a DJ for many years. Like I say, from Mississippi, and been here in the city of Memphis. Been a DJ at WDIA for many years. Has passed away. And again, our thoughts and prayers with Mr. Bobby OJ's family and all his friends and fans and so on. And but like I said, this so-called Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, esotericism, first of all, is lies. There's no precise, there's no exact definition or meaning. When it comes to that Nagamata Library, the same thing is all lies. You can't find it nowhere on God's green earth. Nowhere. Up until that discovery in 1945, you ain't find no Gnostic writings anywhere. It was destroyed. It was all destroyed. Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops in the Catholic Church, they collected all that Gnostic writings and destroyed it. A person or persons took a few copies of that Gnostic, wrapped it in some papyrus paper, put it in a jar and buried it in Nagamata, Egypt. And it had been buried since all that time up until 1945. There are no more copies anywhere on God's green earth. Nowhere. And all that Gnosticism has been refuted by the Catholic Church. That's what St. Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with St. Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, who was doing the transcribing while St. Irenaeus did the talking. The Catholic Church has already refuted the heresy of Gnosticism. That's the reason why I had mentioned that pagan, modern pagan, or contemporary pagan, neo-pagan, polytheistic reconstruction. That Nagamite library got to deal with that. Got to deal with it. Got to address that. Okay, yeah. And so, on the south side of Chicago, like I said before, the 1945 discovery of the Nagamite library. See, it was that Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition that included Gnosticism. There was no more Gnostic writings anywhere. So the scholars, when they talked about Gnosticism, there was no more literature because it had been destroyed. They just basically told you what it was, and that was it. It was nothing. It was no way for you to say you're gonna practice being a Gnostic, because there was no literature. Then in 1945 discovery of the Nagamite library, and you claim you're gonna be a Gnostic. Well, see, Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Antioch, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, and Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. See, they had already refuted Gnosticism. The Catholic Church refuted Gnosticism. And all those other heresies. Not just Gnosticism been refuted, all those other heresies have been refuted by the Catholic Church, including pagans. And all this modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism has been refuted by the Catholic Church. They made it up. Use your imagination. And you just keep making up lies. You just keep making up lies. And all this lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer. You just keep lying. Then you go around being violent. See, this is what the black gangster new breed, the gangster disciple, later came the insane gangster disciple, the 1945 discovery of the Nagamite library. See, there was a lot of African Americans migrating from the South to Chicago, to the state of Illinois and the surrounding states. It wasn't no Nagamite library. It was all that Western esotericism. And so here, and then after the 1945 discovery of the Nagamite library, all that New Age and all that, see, that's where all that modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism. See, it's important that I continue to talk about this. Because see, first of all, Eric know about it. And Eric don't, no. I don't espouse that. Don't promote it. Don't propagate that. No. See, I already know it's lies. You ain't know I'm lying. Making up stuff. And see all this stuff about some people using drugs. That's the same thing. You sit around and smoke marijuana and you'll make up all kind of religion. And I'm not just sitting here saying this is true. This is true. This is what people have done. This is what people have done. The so-called counterculture of the 1950s and the late 50s and early 60s. The so-called counter people smoking drugs, smoking marijuana, using drugs, making up some kind of religion. Because the so-called the Judeo-Christian, not saying they're not other, but the Jews and the Catholic Church. And when you don't get accepted, the reaction is that you make up your own so-called religion. That's all you be doing. That's all you be doing. You just make up stuff. You just make up some kind of religion because the Jews and the Catholic Church don't accept it. So you get mad and just the lesbians and the gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexuals, the queer, they make up a religion. Then they make up some kind of literature, modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism, and call it a religion. Then you call yourself at the college talking about some kind of religious studies. Now you got somebody walking around talking about they got a degree. See, this is what the sorority and the fraternity, the sohos and the fat bitches on the college campus do. All that hazing. When you're not being accepted, then you get mad and make up some kind of lie. Then you want to be violent. Little children being bullied in elementary school, junior high school, and then the so-called gang. See, the history of the city of Chicago is very important. Before 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, and then after the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. The history of the city of Chicago is very important. Then you go out there to the city of Los Angeles, California. See, there was a lot of Mexicans who was already coming across the border, already living here in the United States of America, in the state of California, as well as New Mexico, Arizona, Texas. When it comes to the gang out there in California, in the city of Los Angeles, it was some kind of gang called the Avenues, and this little guy, Ronald Washington, started some kind of group out there called the baby Cribs, baby Cribs song, and calling himself gonna wear blue. He ended up getting killed. Then the Blood Gang was associated with the Crip Gang. Then they got into a gang war. But see, the history of the city of Chicago is very important. The Blood Gang gonna wear red and the Crip Gang gonna wear blue. But see, families who were living down in the south, these southern states, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Kentucky, Missouri, Texas, and Oklahoma, in Kansas and Colorado and Utah and all that, and the surrounding states of the state of Illinois. See, some people's family members went to the city of Chicago and other parts of the state and the surrounding states. Then some more family members went out to California, to the city of Los Angeles, as well as other cities. The history of the city of Chicago is very important. It's very important. All that Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, and then after the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. It's very important. Because trying to lie and talking about some respect, talking about you real, you true, you ain't real, you ain't true, you're a damn liar. Here in the city of Memphis, in the county sheriff and state of Tennessee, you got people from the East Coast, from the state of Maine, all the way down to the state of Florida, from the state of Ohio, which is next door to the state of Pennsylvania. You call yourself gonna try to live around the city of Memphis and other parts of the country, going around talking about some bloodstone villain wearing red, talking about some limestone wearing green, going around talking about the Nagamon Library. People be on their job, be in their work, at their place of employment, and talking about living in the city of Memphis, talking about some damn Nagamon Library, talking about some modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism. You ain't no smart person, man. Don't try to make you sound like you smart. Because you ain't smart. You ain't smart. You ain't nobody. Now, Western esotericism, also known as esotericism and esotericism, and sometimes the Western mystery tradition. Is a term scholars use to categorize a wide range of loosely related ideas and movements that develop within Western society. These ideas and currents are united since they are largely distinct both from Orthodox Judeo-Christian religion and Enlightenment rationalism. Esotericism has pervaded various forms of Western philosophy, religion, pseudoscience, art, literature, and music, and continues to influence intellectual ideas in popular culture. The idea of grouping a wide range of Western traditions and philosophy together under the term esotericism developed in Europe during the late 17th century. Various academics have debated various definitions of Western esotericism. One view adopts a definition from certain esotericist schools of thought themselves, treating esotericism as a perennial hidden inner tradition. A second perspective sees esotericism as a category of movements that embrace an enchanted worldview in the face of increasing disenchantment. A third views Western esotericism as encompassing all of Western culture, rejecting knowledge that is accepted neither by the scientifically established nor orthodox religious authorities. The early tradition that later analysts labeled as forms of Western esotericism emerged in the Eastern Mediterranean during late antiquity, where Hermetism, Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism developed as schools of thought, distinct from what became mainstream Christianity. Renaissance Europe saw increasing interest in many of these older ideas, with various intellectuals combining pagan philosophies with the Kabbalah and Christian philosophy, resulting in the emergence of esoteric movements like Christian theosophy. The 17th century saw the development of initiatory societies professing esoteric knowledge, such as Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry, while the age of enlightenment of the 18th century led to the development of new forms of esoteric thought. The 19th century saw the emergence of new trends of esoteric thought, now known as occultism. Prominent groups in this century included the Theosophical Society and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Also important in this connection is Martinus Thompson's spiritual science. Modern paganism developed within occultism and includes religious movements such as Wicca. Esoteric ideas permeated the counterculture of the 1960s and later cultural tendencies which led to the New Age phenomenon in the 1970s. The idea that these varying movements could be categorized together under the rubric of Western esotericism developed in the late 18th century, but these esoteric currents were largely ignored as a subject of academic inquiry. The academic study of Western esotericism only emerged in the late 20th century, pioneered by scholars like Francis Yates and Antoine Fabre. Esoteric ideas have meanwhile also exerted an influence on popular culture, appearing in art, literature, film, and music. Let me see here. See, this is very important. See, this is what this Martin Luther. Listen to this. The conceptual development. Pay close attention. See, this is what all this nonsense comes. The concept of Western esotericism represents a modern scholarly construct rather than a pre-existing self-defined tradition of thought. In the late 17th century, several European Christian thinkers presented the argument that one could characterize certain traditions of Western philosophy and thought together, thus establishing the category now labeled Western esotericism. Pay close attention. Listen to this. The first to do so was his name, Ergold Daniel Kohlberg, 1659 to 1698, a German Lutheran theologian, wrote Platonisch Hermetisches Christianity, 1690-1691, a hostile critic of various currents of Western thought that had emerged since the Renaissance. Among them, Paracelsianism, Wigalianism, and Christian theosophy. In his book, he labeled all these traditions under the category of Platonic Hermetic Christianity, portraying them as heretical to what he saw as true Christianity. Despite his hostile attitude toward these traditions of thought, Kohlberg became the first to connect these disparate philosophies and to study them under one rubric, also recognizing that these ideas linked back to earlier philosophies from late antiquity. In Europe during the 18th century, amid the Age of Enlightenment, these esoteric traditions came to be regularly characterized under the labels of superstition, magic, and the occult, terms often used interchangeably. The modern academy, then in the process of developing, consistently rejected and ignored topics coming under the occult, thus leading research into them largely to enthusiasts outside of academia. Indeed, according to historian of esotericism, Wouter J. Hungraf, born 1961, rejection of occult topics was seen as a crucial identity marker for any intellectuals seeking to affiliate themselves with the academy. Scholars established this category in the late 18th century after identifying structural similarities between the ideas and worldviews of a wide variety of thinkers and movements that previously had not been in the same analytical grouping. According to the scholar of esotericism, Wouter J. Hungraf, the term provided a useful genetic label for a large and complicated group of historical phenomena that had long been perceived as sharing in familia. Okay, let me see here. Various academics have emphasized that esotericism is a phenomenon unique to the Western world. As far as stated, an empirical perspective will hold that esotericism is a Western notion. As scholars such as Favre and Hungraf have pointed out, there is no comparable category of Eastern or Oriental esotericism. The emphasis on Western esotericism was nevertheless primarily devised to distinguish the field from a universal esotericism. Hungraf has characterized these as recognizable worldviews and approaches to knowledge that have played an important, though always controversial, role in the history of Western culture. Historian of religion Henrik Bogdan asserted that Western esotericism constituted a third pillar of Western culture alongside doctrinal faith and rationality, being deemed heretical by the former and irrational by the latter. Scholars nevertheless recognize that various non-Western traditions have exerted a profound influence over Western esotericism, citing the prominent example of the Theosophical Society's incorporation of Hindu and Buddhist concepts like reincarnation into its doctrines. Given these influences and the imprecise nature of the term Western, the scholar of esotericism, Kenneth Granholm, has argued that academics should cease referring to Western esotericism altogether, instead simply favoring esotericism as a description of this phenomenon. Eagle Aspirin has endorsed this approach. Now, when it comes to the definition, just what time? Yeah. The historian of esotericism, Antoine Fabre, noted that never a precise term, esotericism has begun to overflow its boundaries on all sides, with both Fabre and Karen Clairvaux stating that Western esotericism consists of a vast spectrum of authors, trends, works of philosophy, religion, art, literature, and music. Scholars broadly agree on which currents of thought fall within a category of esotericism, ranging from ancient Gnosticism and Hermetism through to Rosicrucianism and the Kabbalah, and on to more recent phenomena such as the New Age movement. Nevertheless, esotericism itself remains a controversial term, with scholars specializing in the subject disagreeing as to how best to define it. So that nag them out of the library, and when you call all that rejecting knowledge, you can't even get a precise definition on esotericism, Western esotericism, and you're going to call paganism, modern paganism, or contemporary paganism, and neo-pagan, polytheistic reconstructionism, and claim that it's esoteric. So, paganism. paganism is a term first used in the 4th century by early Christians for people in the Roman Empire who practiced polytheism or ethnic religions other than Judaism. In the time of the Roman Empire, individuals fell into the pagan class either because they were increasingly rural and provincial relative to the Christian population, or because they were not milites Christi, soldiers of Christ. Alternative terms in Christian texts were Hellen, Gentile, and heathen. Ritual sacrifice was an integral part of ancient Greco-Roman religion and was regarded as an indication of whether a person was pagan or Christian. Paganism has broadly connoted the religion of the peasantry. During and after the Middle Ages, the term paganism was applied to any non-Christian religion, and the term presumed a belief in false gods. The origin of the application of the term pagan to polytheism is debated. In the 19th century, paganism was adopted as a self-descriptor by members of various artistic groups inspired by the ancient world. In the 20th century, it came to be applied as a self-descriptor by practitioners of modern paganism, neo-pagan movements, and polytheistic reconstructionism. Modern pagan traditions often incorporate beliefs or practices such as nature worship that are different from those in the largest world religions. Contemporary knowledge of old pagan religions and beliefs come from several sources, including anthropological field research records, the evidence of archaeological artifacts, and the historical accounts of ancient writers regarding cultures known to classical antiquity. That's what I was trying to break it down in basic terms. There's no pagan book. There's no pagan book like the Catholic Church has the Holy Bible. There's no book. There's no official literature. Anthropological field research, the archaeologists, anthropologists, they go around various groups of people and they gather their perspective on this, what they call this pagan practice. They also archaeological artifacts, basically digging in the ground or finding something, saying that some pagan lived around this area, was in this location, and they lived, and then they'll find things in the ground. Or maybe in the water. Could be in the water. Sometimes they had boats and shit. People weren't just stationary. Sometimes people use boats to travel across waters. It could be something in the water. The boat may have sunk, and it can be something in the water, and the archaeologists found it. And the historical accounts. For example, Josephus. He may have wrote something down about the Roman culture and customs and was talking about them, the people that he labeled pagan. Now, modern pagan religions existing today. Modern pagan or neo-paganism. So let's click over there. Let's go over here before I do that, let me click this ethnic religion. Now, when it comes to like list ethnic religions, in religious studies, an ethnic religion is a religion or belief associated with a particular ethnic group. Ethnic religions are often distinguished from universal religions such as Christianity or Islam, in which gaining converts is a primary objective and therefore are not limited in ethnic, national, or racial scope. Terminology. A number of alternative terms have been used instead of ethnic religion. Another term that is often used is folk religion. While ethnic religion and folk religion have overlapping uses, the latter term applies. The appropriation of religious beliefs and practices at a popular level. The term folk religion can therefore be used to speak of certain Chinese and African religions, but can also refer to popular expressions of more multinational and institutionalized religions such as folk Christianity or folk Islam. In Western contexts, a variety of terms are also employed in the United States and Canada. A popular alternative term has been nature religion. Some neo-pagan movements, especially in Europe, have adopted ethnic religion as their preferred term, aligning themselves with ethnology. This notably includes the European Congress of Ethnic Religions, which chose its name after a day-long discussion in 1998, where the majority of the participants expressed their pagan contained too many negative connotations, and ethnic better describe the root of their traditions in particular nations. In the English language, popular and scholarly discourse, paganism, with a capital P, has become an accepted term. Now, I'm in the bottom down here where it says list of ethnic religions. Now, ethnic religions, also indigenous religions, are generally defined as religions which are related to a particular ethnic group and often seen as a defining part of their ethnicity's culture, language, and customs. Modern paganism, also known as contemporary paganism and neo-paganism, is a collective term for religious movements influenced by or derived from the various historical pagan beliefs of pre-modern peoples. Although they share similar, contemporary pagan religious movements are diverse and do not share a single set of beliefs, practices, or texts. Most academics who study the phenomenon treat it as a movement that is divided into different religions. Others characterize it as a single religion of which different pagan faiths are denominations. Adherents rely on pre-Christian, folkloric, and ethnographic sources to a variety of degrees. Many follow a spirituality that they accept as entirely modern, while others claim prehistoric beliefs, or else attempt to revive indigenous ethnic religions as accurately as possible. Academic research has placed the pagan movement along a spectrum with eclecticism on one end and polytheistic reconstructionism on the other. Polytheism, animism, and pantheism are common features of pagan theology. Contemporary paganism has sometimes been associated with the New Age movement, with scholars highlighting both these similarities and differences. The academic field of pagan studies began to coalesce in the 1990s, emerging from disparate scholarship in the preceding 2 decades. Pay attention. Terminology. The definition. There is considerable disagreement as to the precise definition and proper usage of the term modern paganism. Even within the academic field of pagan studies, there is no consensus about how contemporary paganism can best be defined. Most scholars describe modern paganism as a broad array of different religions, not a single one. The category of modern paganism could be compared to the categories of Abrahamic religions and Indian religions in its structure. A second, less common defined found within pagan study promoted by the religious studies scholars Michael F. Stromiska and Graham Harvey characterize modern paganism as a single religion, of which groups like Wicca, Druidry, and Heathenry are denominations. This perspective has been critiqued given the lack of core commonalities in issues such as theology, cosmology, ethics, afterlife, holy days, or ritual practices within the pagan movement. Contemporary paganism has been defined as a collection of modern religions, spiritual, and magical traditions that are self-consciously inspired by the pre-Judaic, pre-Christian, and pre-Islamic belief systems of Europe, North Africa, and the Near East. Thus, it has been said that although it is a highly diverse phenomenon, an identifiable common element nevertheless runs through the pagan movement. Tomiska described paganism as a movement dedicated to reviving the polytheistic, nature-worshipping pagan religions of pre-Christian Europe and adapted them for the use of people in modern societies. The religious studies scholar Wouter Hungraf characterized paganism as encompassing all those modern movements which are first based on the conviction that what Christianity has traditionally denounced as idolatry and superstition actually represented a profound and meaningful religious worldview, and secondly, that a religious practice based on this worldview can and should be revitalized in our modern world. Now, I'm still there on the same. I'm down here where it says reappropriation of paganism. Many scholars have favored the use of neo-paganism to describe this phenomenon with the prefix neo, serving to distinguish the modern religions from their ancient pre-Christian forerunners. Some pagan practitioners also prefer neo-paganism, believing that the prefix conveys the reformed nature of the religion, such as its rejection of practices such as animal sacrifices. Conversely, most pagans do not use the word neo-pagan, with some expressing disapproval of it, arguing that the term neo offensively disconnects them from what they perceive as their pre-Christian forebears. To avoid causing offense, many scholars in the English-speaking world have begun using the prefixes modern or contemporary rather than neo. Several pagan studies scholars such as Ronald Hutton and Sabina Magliocco had emphasized the use of the uppercase paganism to distinguish the modern movement from the lowercase paganism, a term commonly used for pre-Christian belief systems. Now let me scroll down to the right. The term neo-pagan was coined in the 19th century in reference to Renaissance and Romanticist Hellenophile classical revivalism. By the mid-1930s, neo-pagan was being applied to new religious movements like Jacob Wilhelm Hall's German faith movement and Jan Stoneck's Polish Zadruga, usually by outsiders and often pejoratively. Pagan has a self-designation appeared in 1965 in the publication of the Witchcraft Research Association. At that time, the term was in use by revivalist witches in the United States and the United Kingdom, but unconnected to the broader counterculture pagan movement. Now, when it comes to this eclecticism and reconstructionism, another division within modern paganism, rests on different attitudes to the source material surrounding pre-Christian belief system. Stramiska notes that pagan groups can be divided along a continuum. At one end are those that aim to reconstruct the ancient religious traditions of a particular ethnic group or a linguistic or geographic area to the highest degree possible. At the other end are those that freely blend traditions of different areas, peoples, and time periods. Stramiska argues that these two poles could be termed Reconstructionism and eclecticism, respectively. Reconstructionists do not altogether reject innovation in their interpretation and adaptation of the source material. However, they do believe that the source material conveys greater authenticity and thus should be emphasized. They often follow scholarly debates about the nature of such pre-Christian religions, and some Reconstructionists are themselves scholars. Eclectic pagans conversely seek general inspiration from the pre-Christian past and do not attempt to recreate past rites or traditions with specific attention to detail. On the Reconstructionist side can be placed those movements which often favor the designation native faith, including removal, heathenry, and Hellenism. On the eclectic side has been placed Wicca, Thelema, Adonism, Druidry, the Goddess movement, Discordianism, and the Radical Fairies. Relationship with New Age. Since the 1960s and 1970s, contemporary paganism or neo-paganism and the then emergent counterculture, New Age, and hippie movements experienced a degree of cross-pollination. An issue of academic debate has been regarding the connection between these movements. Religious studies scholar Sarah Pike asserted that in the United States there was a significant overlap between modern paganism and the New Age. Now, when it comes to neo-pagan, modern paganism, also known as contemporary or neo-pagan, encompasses a wide range of religious groups and individuals. These may include old occult groups, those that follow a new age approach, those that try to reconstruct old ethnic religions, and followers of the pagan religion or Wicca. Polytheistic Reconstructionism, or simply Reconstructionism, is an approach to modern paganism. First emerged in the late 1960s to early 1970s, which gathered momentum starting in the 1990s. Reconstructionism attempts to re-establish genuine polytheistic religions in the modern world through a rediscovery of the rituals, practices, and contextual worldviews of pre-Christian pagan religion. This method stands in contrast with other neo-pagan syncretic movements like Wicca and ecstatic esoteric movements like Germanic mysticism or theosophy. While the emphasis on historical accuracy may imply historical reenactment, the difference between these two movements can be summarized in one of intent. Historical reenactment seeks historical accuracy as a goal in and in of itself. On the other hand, a reconstructionist neo-pagan views historical accuracy as a means to the end of establishing a harmonious relationship between a belief community and the gods. So, a little time has passed, but I'm gonna still be able to get my reading in. But the things that's being conveyed is very important. It may seem to some people like I've been saying, I do my video and then be like, man, why the hell Eric doing that? No, you don't have to ask me about. No, it's serious. It's very, very serious. Like I always say, people make choices and decisions. I make choices and decisions. First of all, I make choices. I make decisions in my everyday life. And so all that nagging my library, see, I'm aware of it. And I know that it's nothing but a bunch of lies. I got a good idea about the background on that. I know that it shouldn't be anything that anybody should be going around trying to go on the street, walking around trying to use the Nagamata library to take advantage of other people. Nobody should be trying to use the Nagamata library talking about some Gnosticism, and then you can't find any information about Gnosticism except the scholarly interpretation, but you can't find no exact literature on Gnosticism nowhere on God's green earth, except that a scholar may tell you that this is what Gnosticism was, this is what Gnosticism is. And as for you talking about being a Gnostic, as for you talking about being practicing Gnosticism, there's no information nowhere on God's green earth for any person or persons to profess to being a Gnostic, or Gnosticism being your belief, faith, religion. The Nagamata library is only a few pieces of paper that have been buried in the ground since 367 AD, because the Catholic Church, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops, they wanted to destroy all the Gnostic writings. And not just the writings, but the whole idea of being a Gnostic. Get all that writing and destroy it. And that's basically what St. Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, and the other bishops, that's what they did. Now, all this pagan and modern pagan, all this esotericism, Western esotericism, esotericism, Western mystery tradition, rejected knowledge. So this modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism, and as we continue inside it, ethnic religion or folk religion. See, this is how you know that the sorority and the fraternity is always the people at the colleges and the universities going around using your imagination, trying to devise some kind of way where you can scam other people. Then when you're not in college or at the university, the so-called gang or mob. Some of the people, not saying that everybody's not educated, but it's just the idea everybody don't go to a college or university. Some people go to a career school or a trade school. Some people didn't graduate high school. You know, some people, instead of getting a job, they went into the military, took the ASVAB, like I did, went into the United States military. I went into the United States Marine Corps and Army discharged veteran of the United States Marine Corps. And see, this is what you have to look at. Now we deal with all this about African Americans, black, colored, Negro, niggers, all that stuff. Being denied education, being miseducated, being undereducated. See, all this is important. Yeah. Okay. It's important. See, people make choices and decisions. If I hadn't took the time that I've been taking with this Nagamata library, first of all, myself, what investigation, what research have I done for myself on this Nagamata library? Do you see me being a Gnostic? Do you hear me saying anything of trying to encourage other people to be a Gnostic? To practice Gnosticism, believe in Gnosticism? No, you hear, I'm constantly talking about, you see all them police cars out there? You see all them police cars riding around? And talking about some damn police officers, talking about you a damn Gnostic. Talking about some damn white police officers. Talking about you a damn Gnostic, talking about the Nagamata library. Talking about some African Americans. Talking about some damn Nagamata library. Talking about some people in the sheriff department. Talking about the Nagamata library. You see me sitting here, I'm telling you. Talking about somebody, talking about the state patrol, state troopers. Talking about the TBI. Talking about some nonsense, the Nagamata library. You talking about the FBI or other federal law enforcement. Talking about the Nagamata library. You don't know what the Nagamata library? You gonna tell me you gonna take a few pieces of paper? You gonna tell me you gonna try to claim that you're a Gnostic with a few pieces of paper that been buried since 367? You don't even want to recognize the circumstances and the situation behind the Nagamata library, that the bishops in the Catholic Church want to destroy Gnosticism. You don't even want to acknowledge or recognize how people feel about that Gnostic stuff in the Catholic Church. No. No. That's not how the bishops in the Catholic Church feel. When you talk about that Nagamata library and you know the history behind, absolutely not. They don't condone and don't, absolutely not. No. People make choices and decisions. No. And talking about some pagan, talking about some modern pagan, talking about some Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, esotericism. You can't even get a definition from the person with a PhD. They can't even give you a precise, exact definition or meaning. But that's how you make your choices and decisions. That's how you live your life. And it's the same thing for modern paganism. They can't even give you a definition of modern paganism. Neo-paganism. The PhD still having a debate about the term. They can't even decide whether to use pagan or not. So that's very serious. That's the reason why I take the time that I take to deal with it, Nag Hammadi Library. And not just the Nag Hammadi Library, but in addition that Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, esotericism, because you ain't talking about nothing. Because that's what it is, nothing. And then you talking about some people on the east coast of the United States of America, from the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida, and talking about the state of Ohio. And you try to call yourself going to try to go around other people. Talking about God. Talking about some Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition, esotericism, esotericism. And then in 1945, discovery of the Nag Hammadi Library. And then all this about pagan, modern paganism, or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, or polytheistic reconstructionism, and all that falls up under this modern pagan. Then you have this ethnic religion or folk religion. Then don't leave out the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer. And trying to use the Nag Hammadi Library. Trying to claim you're a Gnostic. And going around being violent. Children in school, in elementary school, junior high school, bullying and being bullied. At the colleges and universities, hazing and being hazed. All this violence. There's only one church. The one and only church. The Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church. The Orthodox Catholic Churches. Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church. Oriental Catholic Church. The Oriental Orthodox Catholic Churches. And Oriental means Eastern. gonna continue to. All these Catholic churches are continuing to dialogue, and they'll tell you themselves that the bishops all around the world, Roman Catholic bishops, Eastern Catholic Church bishops, Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church bishops are all dialoguing together about all these councils and all these issues to bring unity. To bring unity into the one and only church. When you say you're a Catholic, you're a Christian. And when you're a Christian, you're a Catholic. And I'm so glad I had the opportunity to read. Because as it says in that Western esotericism, see all that Protestant stuff, it had to be some Lutheran, had to be some kind of Lutheran bishop involved in that esoteric, Western esotericism. Esotericism is it's not even a definition. It's not even a definition. But it just had to be a Lutheran bishop involved. Protestant Reformation. People make choices in the season. Everybody make choices in the season. Everybody else make choices. See, it's important that I do my reading. Get my reading in. It's important that I do my investigation. I do my research. It's important. It's important that I take the time when I make my videos. I wouldn't intend on having it's almost 3 hours now. It's 2 hours and some minutes, 40 some minutes. But from my viewpoint, it was necessary. It's necessary. Because just like I just said, you got people walking around in this United States of America, as well around the world, talking about the East Coast of the United States of America. From the state of Maine all the way down to the state of Florida. Talking about some people living in the state of Ohio. And you got the nerve to try to go around other people in the United States of America like it's some kind of information that you got and I don't have. And trying to be violent because of the Nagamaya Library. Or some new age, some modern paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism, and then all up under that ethnic religion, folk religion. And weaving it all up in there, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer. You be on your job, be at work, at your place of employment. See, this is what the so-called sorority, the fraternity, the so-called Freemasons, the Order of the Eastern Star, the Ku Klux Klan, some kind of white supremacist group. I'm going to get my reading in. Now, Bible study tool. And before I start my reading, the Catholic Church, Scripture, and tradition. Because by the time I get to the end of my video, I might not. Just like yesterday, before I start my reading, they cut me off yesterday on my video. Got to the point 8 hours, and it was like it just cut off. My favorite, my video, it just cut off on me. But I hope and pray that everyone had a happy Mother's Day, not Easter, Mother's Day. Hope and pray everyone had a happy and blessed Mother's Day yesterday, which was Sunday, May the 8th. And I want again, before I start my reading, local radio disc jockey who's from the state of Mississippi, Bobby OJ. Again, I want to express my sympathy, and he passed away last week, and our thoughts and prayers are with Mr. Bobby OJ family, and now I'm gonna get my reading in BibleStudyTools.com. They have all available versions of the Holy Bible, and they have study tools too, study guides and stuff like that. And then you can also go to BibleGateway.com. Now, it won't be necessary for me to start my reading on Panarian today, because I finished. It's not that long, and so I just go through my regular schedule. Now, BibleGateway.com, they have all available versions of the Holy Bible, and they also have those study tools, study guides. Now, the English version of the Holy Bible, the Apocrypha. The Common English Bible has the Apocrypha. The Dewey Reams 1899 American edition has the Apocrypha. The Good News Translation has the Apocrypha. The New Revised Standard Version, Anglicized, has the Apocrypha. Now let me look at that again. Now the New Revised Standard Version, Anglicized, Catholic Edition. Wait a minute. Okay, the New Revised Standard Version, Anglicized, has the Apocrypha. Okay, and then the New Revised Standard Version, Updated Edition, has the Apocrypha, and the Revised Standard Version has the Apocrypha. Okay. And the Wycliffe Bible has the Apocrypha. Okay. So let me go up here to the Good News Translation. I usually go to the Good News Translation. Has the Apocrypha. Now, yesterday I read Sirach chapter 9, verses 1 through 18. So today I'm reading Sirach chapter 10. And chapter 10 has verses 1 through 31. Yeah, verses 1 through 31. Sirach chapter 10, verses 1 through 31. And verses 1 through 5. And it reads, a wise ruler will educate his people, and his government will be orderly. All the officials and all the citizens will be like their ruler. An uneducated king will ruin his people, but a government will grow strong if its rulers are wise. The Lord sees to the government of the world and brings the right person to power at the right time. The success of that person is in the Lord's hand. The Lord is the source of the honor given to any official. Now verses 6 through 18 in its title, Pride. Don't be angry with someone for every little thing he does wrong. Don't do anything out of injured pride. Arrogance and injustice are hated by both the Lord and people. Injustice, arrogance, and wealth cause nations to fall from power, and others then rise to take their place. We are only dust and ashes. What have we got to be proud of? Our body decays even while we are alive. A long illness puzzles the doctor. Even a king may be alive today and dead tomorrow. When a person dies, all he then possesses is worms, flies, and maggots. Pride has its beginning when a person abandons the Lord, his maker. Pride is like a fountain pouring out sin, and whoever persists in it will be full of wickedness. This is why the Lord brought terrible punishments on some people and completely destroyed them. The Lord has overthrown kings and put humble people in their place. The Lord has pulled up nations by the roots and established humbler ones in their place. The Lord has overthrown empires and completely devastated their lands. He destroyed some so completely that they are not even remembered anymore. The Creator never intended for human beings to be arrogant and violent. Now, verses 19 through 25 is titled, People who should be honored. Who deserves honor? The human race does, because people fear the Lord. Who does not deserve honor? The human race does not, because people break the Lord's commands. A leader should be honored by those who follow him, and the Lord honors those who fear him. Rich people, famous people, and poor people all take pride in their fear of the Lord. It is not right to refuse honor to a poor person who is intelligent, and it is not right to give honor to a sinner. People of influence, rulers, and judges will be honored, but none of them is greater than a person who fears the Lord. A slave who is wise will have free citizens serving him, and if they are sensible, they will not resent it. Now, verses 26 through 31, and it's titled, Humility and Self-Respect. When you do your work, don't make a show of your skill, and don't try to put on a show when you are in trouble. It is better to work and have more than you need than to go around boasting but hungry. My child, keep your self-respect, but remain modest. Value yourself at your true worth. There is no excuse for a person to run himself down. No one respects a person who has no respect for himself. Poor people can be honored for their good sense, and rich people can be honored for their wealth. If someone is honored while he is poor, think how much he will be honored if he becomes rich. If someone is despised while he is rich, think how much more he will be despised if he becomes poor. And now I just read verses 1 through 31. Chapter 10, Sirach. Now, we go to the web page, website, www.earlychristianwritings.com. And then when you go there, click Church Fathers. And then after you click that, click over to Church Fathers where it says Irenaeus of Lyons. And you'll see all 5 books. St. Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with Bishop St. Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, who did the transcribing. And Verses Heresies Against Heresies, all 5 books. Now, yesterday I read all 5 books. Book 1, chapter 13, verse 1, 2, and 3. Book 2, chapter 17, verse 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Book 3, chapter 15, verse 1. Book 4, chapter 16, verse 1 and 2. And book 5, chapter 15, verse 1 and 2. So, let's go to book 1. So, book 1. Let me scroll down to chapter 13. Now, chapter 13. There was 7 verses. I read verses 1, 2, and 3 yesterday, so I'm going to read 4, 5, 6, and 7 today. Now, chapter 13 is titled, The Deceitful Arts and Nefarious Practices of Marcus. But already, some of the most faithful women possessed of the fear of God and not being deceived, whom, nevertheless, he did his best to seduce, like the rest, by bidding them prophecy, abhorring and execrating him, have withdrawn from such a vile company of revelers. This they have done, as being well aware that the gift of prophecy is not conferred on men by Marcus, the magician, but that only those to whom God sends his grace from above possess the divinely bestowed power of prophesying. And then they speak where and when God pleases, and not when Marcus orders them to do so. For that which commands is greater and of higher authority than that which is commanded. Inasmuch as the former rules, while the latter is in a state of subjection. If then Marcus or anyone else does command, as these are accustomed, continuing at their feasts to play at drawing lots, and in accordance with the lot to command one another to prophesy, giving forth as oracles what is in harmony with their own desires, it will follow that he who commands is greater and of higher authority than the prophetic spirit, though he is but a man, which is impossible. But such spirits are as are commanded by these men, and speak when they desire it, are earthly and weak, audacious and impudent, sent forth by Satan for the seduction and perdition of those who do not hold fast that well compacted faith which they received at first through the church. Moreover, that this Marcus compounds, filters, and love potions in order to insult the persons of some of these women, if not of all, those of them who have returned to the church of God, a thing which frequently occurs, have acknowledged, confessing too, that they have been defiled by him, and that they were filled with a burning passion towards him. A sad example of this occurred in the case of a certain Asiatic, one of our deacons, who had received him, Marcus, into his house. His wife, a woman of remarkable beauty, fell a victim both in mind and body to this magician, and for a long time traveled about with him. At last, when, with no small difficulty, the brethren had converted her, she spent her whole time in the exercise of public confession, weeping over and lamenting the defilement which she had received from this magician. Some of his disciples too, addicting themselves to the same practices, having deceived many silly women and defiled them, they proclaimed themselves as being perfect, so that no one can be compared to them with respect to the immensity of their knowledge, nor even were you to mention Paul or Peter or any other of the apostles. They assert that they themselves know more than all others, and that they alone have imbibed the greatness of the knowledge of their power, which is unspeakable. They also maintain that they have attained to a height above all power, and that therefore they are free in every respect to act as they please, having no one to fear in anything, for they affirm that because of the redemption it has come to pass that they can neither be apprehended nor even seen by the judge. But even if he should happen to lay hold upon them, then they might simply repeat these words while standing in his presence. Okay, well, they have attained to a height. Okay, let me go back. Okay, they also maintain that they have attained to a height above all power, and that therefore they are free in every respect to act as they please, having no one to fear in anything, for they affirm that because of the redemption it has come to pass that they can neither be apprehended nor even seen by the judge. But even if he should happen to lay hold upon them, Then they might simply repeat these words while standing in his presence alone with the redemption. O thou who sittest beside God in the mystical, eternal sight, thou through whom the angels, mightiness, who continually behold the face of the Father, having thee as their guide and introduce, do derive their forms from above, which she in the greatness of her daring inspiring with mind on account of the goodness of the poetry, produced us as their images, having her mind then intent upon the things above, as in a dream, behold, the judge is at hand, and the crowd orders me to make my defense. But do thou, as being acquainted with the affairs of both, present the cause of both of us to the judge, inasmuch as it is in reality but one cause. Now, as soon as the mother hears these words, she puts the Homeric helmet of Pluto upon them, so that they may invisibly escape the judge. And then she immediately catches them up, conducts them into the bridal chamber, and hands them over to their consorts. Such are the words and deeds by which, in our own district of the Rome, they have deluded men and women, who have their consciousness seared as with a hot iron. Some of them indeed make a public confession of their sins, but others of them are ashamed to do this, and in a tacit kind of way, despairing of attaining to the life of God, have some of them apostatized altogether, while others hesitate between the two courses and incur that which is implied in the proverb, neither without nor but within, possessing this as the fruit from the seed of the children of knowledge. So I just read verses 4, 5, 6, and 7 from chapter 13, titled, The Deceitful Arts and Nefarious Practice of Marcus. Book 1, and verse heresies against heresies. Now, book number 2, and verse heresies against heresies. Now, yesterday I read chapter 17, verses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, chapter 17, and its title, Inquiry into the Production of the Eons. Whatever its supposed nature, it is in every respect inconsistent, and on the hypothesis of the heretics, even Nous and the Father himself would be stained with ignorance. Alright, so I'm going to read verses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And it reads, starting at verse number 6, the same conclusion will follow. Although they affirm that the production of aeons sprang from logos as branches from a tree, since Logos has his generation from their Father. For all the aeons are formed of the same substance with the Father, differing from one another only in size and not in nature, and filling up the greatness of the Father, even as the fingers complete the hand. If therefore he exists in passion and ignorance, so must also the eons who have been generated by him. But if it is impious to ascribe ignorance and passion to the Father of all, how can they describe an eon produced by him as being passible? And while they ascribe the same impiety to the very wisdom, Sophia of God, how can they still call themselves religious men? Verse number 7. If again they declare that their aeons were sent forth just as rays are from the sun, then since all are of the same substance and sprung from the same source, all must either be capable of passion along with him who produced them, or all will remain impassible forever. For they can no longer maintain that of being so produced, some are impassible and others passible. If then they declare all impassible, they do themselves destroy their own argument. For how could the youngest ion have suffered passion if all were impassible? If, on the other hand, they declare that all partook of this passion, as indeed some of them venture to maintain, then, inasmuch as it originated with Logos, but flowed onwards to Sophia, they will thus be convicted of tracing back the passion to Logos, who is the nous of this pulpiter, and so acknowledging the nous of the pulpiter and the Father himself to have experienced that. For the Father of all is not to be regarded as a kind of compound being who can be separated from his nous mind, as I have already shown, but now knows it's the Father, and the Father knows it necessary. The Father therefore both that he who springs from him as Logos, or rather that knows himself, since he is Logos, must be perfect and impassible, and that those productions which proceed from him, seeing that they are of the same substance with himself, should be perfect and impassible, and should ever remain similar to him who produced them. Now verse number 8. It cannot therefore longer be held as those men teach that Logos, as occupying the third place in generation, was ignorant of the Father. Such a thing might indeed perhaps be deemed probable in the case of the generation of human beings, inasmuch as these frequently know nothing of their parents, but it is altogether impossible in the case of the Logos of the Father. For if existing in the Father he knows him in whom he exists, that is not ignorant of himself, then those productions which issue from him, being his powers, faculties, and always present with him, will now be ignorant of him who emitted them, any more than rays may be supposed to be of the sun. It is impossible, therefore, that the Sophia, wisdom of God, she who is within the pleroma, inasmuch as she has been produced in such a manner, should have fallen under the influence of passion and conceived such ignorance. But it is possible that Sophia wisdom, who pertains to the scheme of Valentinus, inasmuch as she is a production of the devil, should fall into every kind of passion and exhibit the profoundest ignorance. For when they themselves bear testimony concerning their mother to the effect that she was the offspring of an erring eon, we need no longer search for a reason why the sons of such a mother should be ever swimming in the depths of ignorance. Now, verse number 9. I am not aware that besides these productions which have been mentioned, they are able to speak of any other. Indeed, they have not been known to me, although I have had very frequent discussion with them concerning forms of this kind, as ever setting forth any other peculiar kind of being as produced in the manner under consideration. This only they maintain that each one of these was so produced as to know merely that one who produced them, while he was ignorant of the one who immediately proceeded. But they do not in this manner go forward in their account with any kind of demonstration as to the manner in which these were produced, or how such a thing could take place among spiritual beings. For in whatsoever way they may choose to go forward, they will feel themselves bound, while as regards the truth they depart entirely from right reason to proceed so far as to maintain that their word who springs from the nous of the pulpit to maintain. I say that he was produced in a state of degeneracy, for they hold that perfect nous previously begotten by the perfect Bythus was not capable of rendering their production which issued from him perfect, but could only bring it forth. Utterly blind to the knowledge and greatness of the Father, they also maintain that the Savior exhibited an emblem of this mystery in the case of that man who was blind from his birth, since the eon was in this manner produced by monogenes blind, that is, in ignorance, thus falsely ascribing ignorance and blindness to the word of God, who according to their own theory holds the second place of production from the pulpit, admirable sophists and explorers of the sublimities of the unknown Father, and rehearsals of those super celestial mysteries which the angels desire to look on into, that they may learn that from the nous of their Father who is above all, the Word was produced blind, that is, ignorant of the Father who produced him. Now, verse number 10. But ye miserably sophists, how could the nous of the Father, or rather the very Father himself, since he is nous and perfect in all things, have produced his own logos as an imperfect and blind eon, which he was able also to produce along with him the knowledge of the Father, as ye affirm that Christ was generated after the rest, and yet declare that he was produced perfect. Much more then should logos, who is anterior to him in age, be produced by the same nous, unquestionably perfect and not blind. Nor could he again have produced eons still blinder than himself, until at last your Sophia, always utterly blinded, gave birth to so vast a body of evils. And your Father is the cause of all this mischief, for ye declare the magnitude and power of your Father to be the causes of ignorance, assimilating him to Bythus, and assigning this as a name to him who is the unnameable Father. But if ignorance is an evil, and ye declare all evils to have derived their strength from it, while ye maintain that the greatness and power of the Father is the cause of this ignorance, ye do this set him forth as the author of all evils, for ye state as the cause of evil this fact, that no one could contemplate his greatness. But if it was really impossible for the Father to make himself known from the beginning to those beings that were formed by him, he must in that case be held free from blame, inasmuch as he could not remove the ignorance of those who came after him. But if at a subsequent period, when he so willed it, he could take away their ignorance which had increased with the successive productions as they followed each other, and thus become deeply seated in the eon much more, had he so willed, it might he formerly have prevented that ignorance, which as yet was not, from coming into existence. Now, verse number 11. Since therefore, as soon as he so pleased, he did become known not only to the eon, but also to those men who live in these latter times. But as he did not so please to be known from the beginning, he remained unknown. The cause of ignorance is, according to you, the will of the Father. For if he foreknew that these things would in future happen in such a manner, why then did he not guard against the ignorance of these beings before he had obtained a place among them, rather than afterwards, as if under the influence of repentance, deal with it through the production of Christ, for the knowledge which through Christ he conveyed to all, he might long before have imparted through Logos, who was also the first begotten of monogene, or if knowing them beforehand, he willed that these things should happen, as they have done, then the works of ignorance must endure forever, and never pass away. For the things which have been made in accordance with the will of your purpose must continue along with the will of him who willed them, or if they pass away, the will of him also who decreed that they should have a being will pass away along with them. And why did the eon find rest and attain perfect knowledge through learning at last, that the Father is altogether incomprehensible? They might surely have possessed this knowledge before they became involved in passion. For the greatness of the Father did not suffer diminution from the beginning. What was that? Diminution, excuse me. Did not suffer diminution from the beginning, so that these might know that he was altogether incomprehensible. For if, on account of his infinite greatness, he remained unknown, he ought also on account of his infinite love to have preserved those impassible who were produced by him, since nothing hindered and expediency rather required that he should have known from the beginning that the Father was altogether incomprehensible. So that was verses 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 from chapter 17, titled Inquiry into the Production of the Eons. Whatever its supposed nature, it is in every respect inconsistent, and on the hypothesis of the heretics, even Nous and the Father himself would be stained with ignorance. And that was chapter 2. Adverse races against heresies. And let me click book number 3. Book number 3. Adverses heresies against heresy. Now yesterday I read what was that? Book 3, Adverse heresies against heresies, chapter 15. Alright, let me go down to chapter 15. Oh, okay. I read one verse yesterday, so it's 3 verses. So I read one verse yesterday, so chapter 15. Read 2 and 3 today. And chapter 15 is titled Refutation of the Ebionites, who disparaged the authority of St. Paul from the writings of St. Luke, which must be received as a whole. Exposure of the hypocrisy, deceit, and pride of the Gnostics. The apostles and their disciples knew and preached one God, the creator of the world. So I'm going to read verses 2 and 3. Now, verse number 2, and it reads, For this is the subterfuge of false persons, evil seducers, and hypocrites, as they act who are from Valentinus. These men discourse to the multitude about those who belong to the church, whom they do themselves term vulgar and ecclesiastic. By these words they entrap the more simple and entice them, imitating our phraseology, that these dupes may listen to them the oftener. And then these are asked regarding us, how it is that when they hold doctrines similar to ours, we, without cause, keep ourselves aloft from their company. And how is it that when they say the things and hold the same doctrine, we call them heretics, when they have thus, by means of question, overthrown the faith of any and rendered them contradicting hearers of their own? They describe to them in private the unspeakable mysteries of their Pleroma, but they are altogether deceived, who imagine that they may learn from the scriptural texts adduced by heretics that doctrine which their words plausibly teach. For error is plausible and bears a resemblance to the truth, but requires to be disguised, while truth is without disguise, and therefore has been entrusted to children. And if any one of their auditors do indeed demand explanation or start objections to them, they affirm that he is one not capable of receiving the truth, and not having from above the seed derived from their mother, and thus really give him no reply, but simply declare that he is of the intermediate regions, that is, belongs to animal natures. But if anyone do yield himself up to them like a little sheep, and follows out their practice and their redemption, such an one is puffed up to such an extent that he thinks he is neither in heaven nor on earth, but that he has passed within the Pleroma, and having already embraced his angel, he walks with a strutting gait and a supercilious countenance, possessing all the pompous air of a cock. There are those among them who assert that man who comes from above ought to follow a good course of conduct. Wherefore, they do also pretend a gravity of demeanor with a certain supercilious. The majority, however, having become scoffers also, as if already perfect, and living without regard to appearances, yea, in contempt of that which is good, call themselves the spiritual, and allege that they have already become acquainted with their place of refreshing, which is within the Pleroma. Verse number 3. But let us revert to the same line of argument hitherto pursued. For when it has been manifestly declared that they who were the preachers of the truth and the apostles of liberty termed no one else God, or named him Lord, except the one only true God, the Father, and his word, who has the preeminence in all things, it shall then be clearly proved that they, the apostles, confess as the Lord God him who was the creator of heaven and earth, who also spoke with Moses, gave to him the dispensation of the law, and who called the Father, and that they knew no other, the opinion of the apostles. Therefore, and those, Mark and Luke, who learned from their words concerning God, has been made manifest. Now, that was verses 2 and 3. And that was from chapter 15. Chapter 15, and its title, Refutation of the Ebionites, who disparaged the authority of St. Paul, from the writings of St. Luke, which must be received as a whole. Exposure of the hypocrisy, deceit, and pride of the Gnostics. The apostles and their disciples knew and preached one God, the creator of the world. That was book number 3, at verses that races against heresies. Now I'm going to click over to book number 4. Now scroll down to chapter 16. Now, chapter 16, yesterday I read verses 1 and 2. There are 5 verses, so I read verses 1 and 2 yesterday. And now, I'm reading verses 3, 4, and 5 today. And it's titled, Perfect Righteousness was conferred neither by circumcision nor by any other legal ceremonies. And so, now chapter 16, titled, Perfect Righteousness was conferred neither by circumcision nor by any other legal ceremonies. The Decalogue, however, was not canceled by Christ, but is always enforced. Men were never released from his commandments. And so, verses 3, 4, and 5. And verse number 3, it reads, Why then did the Lord not form the covenant for the fathers? Because the law was not established for righteous men, but the righteous fathers had the meaning of the Decalogue written in their hearts and souls. That is, they loved the God who made them and did no injury to their neighbor. There was therefore no occasion that they should be cautioned by prohibitory mandates, because they had the righteousness of the law in themselves. But when this righteousness and love to God had passed into oblivion and became extinct in Egypt, God did necessarily, because of his great goodwill to men, reveal himself by a voice, and led the people with power out of Egypt, in order that man might again become the disciple and followers of God. And he afflicted those who were disobedient, that they should not contemn their Creator. And he fed them with manna, that they might receive food for their souls. As also Moses says in Deuteronomy, And fed thee with manna, which thy fathers did not know, that thou mightest know that man clothed not live by bread alone, but by every word of God proceeding out of his mouth doth man live. And it enjoined love to God and taught just dealing towards our neighbor, that we should neither be unjust nor unworthy of God, who prepares man for his friendship through the medium of the Decalogue, and likewise for agreement with his neighbor, matters which did certainly profit man himself. God, however, standing in no need of anything from man. Now, verse number 4. And therefore does the scripture say, these words the Lord spake to all the assembly of the children of Israel in the mount, and he added no more. For, as I have already observed, he stood in need of nothing from them. And again Moses said, and now Israel, what cloth the Lord thy God require of thee, but to fear the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Now these things did indeed make man glorious by supplying what was wanting to him, namely the friendship of God. But they profited God nothing, for God did not at all stand in need of man's love, for the glory of God was wanting to man, which he could obtain in no other way than by serving God. And therefore Moses says to them again, choose life, that thou mayest live, and thy seed to love thy Lord, and to love the Lord thy God, to hear his voice, to cleave unto him. For this is thy life, and the length of thy days, preparing man for this life. The Lord himself did speak in his own person to all alike the words of the Decalogue, and therefore in like manner do they remain permanently with us, receiving by means of his advent in the flesh extension and increase, but not abrogation. Now verse number 5. The laws of bondage, however, were one by one promulgated to the people by Moses, suited for their instruction or for their punishment, as Moses himself declared. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgment. These things therefore, which were given for bondage and for a sign to them, he counseled by the new covenant of liberty. But he has increased and widened those laws which are natural and noble and common to all, granted to men largely and without grudging by means of adoption, to know God the Father and to love him with the whole heart and to follow his word unswervingly, while they abstain not only from evil deeds but even from the desire after them. But he has also increased the feeling of reverence, for sons should have more veneration than slaves, and greater love for their father. And therefore the Lord says, as to every idle word that men have spoken, they shall render an account for it in the day of judgment. And he who has looked upon a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. And he that is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. All this is declared that we may know that we shall give account to God, not of deeds only, as slaves, but even of words and thoughts, as those who have truly received the power of liberty, in which condition a man is most severely tested, whether he will reverence and fear and love the Lord. And for this reason Peter says that we have not liberty as a cloak of maliciousness, but as the means of testing but as the means of testing and evidencing faith. So I just read verses 3, 4, and 5 from chapter 16. And the title of chapter 16, perfect righteousness was conferred neither by circumcision nor by any other legal ceremony. The Decalogue, however, was not counseled by Christ, but is always enforced. Men were never released from its commandments. And that was book number 4. Adversity of heresies against heresies. And book number 5, verse of race against heresies. Now, yesterday I read chapter 15. Okay. Verses 3 and 4. 1 and 2. I read chapter 15, verses 1 and 2 yesterday. So today I'm going to read chapter 15, verses 3 and 4. And chapter 15 is titled Proofs of the Resurrection from Isaiah and Ezekiel. The same God who created us will also raise us up. And verse number 3. Now that the word of God forms us in the womb, he says to Jeremiah, before I formed thee in the womb, I knew thee. And before thou wentest forth from the belly, I sanctified thee, and appointed thee a prophet among the nations. And Paul too says in like manner. But when it pleased God, who separated me from my mother's womb, that I might declare him among the nations, as therefore we are by the word formed in the womb, this very same word formed the visual power in him who had been blind from his birth, showing openly who it is that fashions us in secret, since the word himself had been made manifest to men, and declaring the original formation of Adam and the manner in which he was created, and by one hand he was fashioned, indicating the whole from a part. For the Lord who formed the visual powers is he who made the whole man carrying out the will of the Father, inasmuch as man, with respect to that formation which was after Adam, having fallen into transgression, needed the layer of regeneration. The Lord said to him, upon whom he had conferred sight, after he had smeared his eyes with the clay, go to Siloam and wash, thus restoring to him both his perfect confirmation and that regeneration which takes place by means of the layer. And for this reason, when he was washed, he came seeing, that he might both know him who had fashioned him, and that man might learn to know him who has conferred upon him life. And verse number 4. All the followers of Valentinus, therefore, lose their case when they say that man was not fashioned out of this earth, but from a fluid and diffused substance. For from the earth, out of which the Lord formed eyes for that man, from the same earth it is evident that man was also fashioned at the beginning. For it were incompatible that the eyes should indeed be formed from one source and the rest of the body from another, as neither would it be compatible that one being fashioned the body and another the eyes, but he, the very same who formed Adam at the beginning, with whom also the Father spake, saying, let us make man after our image and likeness, revealing himself in these last times to men, formed visual organs for him who had been blind, in that body which he had derived from Adam. Wherefore also the scripture, pointing out which should come to pass, says that when Adam had hid himself because of his disobedience, the Lord came to him at evening too, called him forth, and said, where art thou? That means that in the last time, the very same word of God came to call man, reminding him of his doings, living in which he had been hidden from the Lord, For just as at that time God spake to Adam at evening tide, searching him out, so in the last time, by means of the same voice searching out his posterity, he has visited them. Now that was verses 3 and 4 from chapter 15. And chapter 15 was titled Proofs of the Resurrection from Isaiah and Ezekiel. The same God who created us will also raise us up. And that was book number 5, Adversity Heresies against heresies. Now I'm going to click over to, okay. So yesterday, I read First Clement. Now let me click back over. Cause we still on the same web page, www.earlychristianwriting.com. And so click over to Church Fathers, and where it says Church Fathers Clement of Rome, and then the English translation of First Clement, the Robert Donaldson. Okay, and so First Clement of Rome, First Epistle, Letter of Clement to the Corinthians. Yesterday I read chapters 20, 21, 22, and 23. And today I'm going to read chapters 24, 25, 26, and 27. Now, some background. Now, Pope Clement I, also known as Saint Clement of Rome, is listed by Irenaeus and Tertullian as the Bishop of Rome, holding office from 88 AD to his death in 99 AD. He is considered to be the first apostolic father of the church, one of the three chief ones, together with Polycarp and Ignatius of Antioch. Few details are known about Clement's life. Clement was said to have been consecrated by Peter the Apostle, and he is known to have been a leading member of the church in Rome in the late 1st century. Early church lists place him as the second or third Bishop of Rome after Peter. The Liber Pontificalis states that Clement died in Greece in the 3rd year of Emperor Trajan's reign, or 101 AD. Clement's only genuine extant writing is his letter to the church at Corinth, 1 Clement, in response to a dispute in which certain presbyters of the Corinthian church had been disposed. He asserted the authority of the presbyters as rulers of the church on the ground that the apostle had appointed him such. His letter, which is one of the oldest extant Christian documents outside the New Testament, was read in church, along with other epistles, some of which later became part of the Christian canon. These works were the first to affirm the apostolic authority of the clergy. A second epistle, 2 Clement, was once controversially attributed to Clement, although recent scholarship suggested to be a homily by another author. In the legendary Clementine literature, Clement is the intermediary through whom the apostles teach the church. According to tradition, Clement was imprisoned under the Emperor Trajan. During this time, he is recorded to have led a ministry among fellow prisoners. Thereafter, he was executed by being tied to an anchor and thrown into the sea. Clement is recognized as a saint in many Christian churches and is considered a patron saint of mariners. He is commemorated on 23rd November in the Catholic Church, the Anglican Communion, and the Lutheran Church. In Eastern Orthodox Christianity, his feast is kept on the 24th or 25th November. And I was reading from Wikipedia. And there's a little background there. So like I said, I'm reading from 1 Clement, Clement of Rome, the first epistle. Letter of Clement to the Corinthians, chapter 24, 25, 26, and 27. Okay. Now, chapter 24. God continually shows us in nature that there will be a resurrection. let us consider that wonderful sign of the resurrection which takes place in eastern lands, that is, in Arabia and the countries round about. There is a certain bird which is called a phoenix. This is the only one of its kind, and lives 500 years. And when the time of its dissolution draws near that it must die, it builds itself a nest of frankincense and myrrh and other spices, into which, when the time is fulfilled, it enters and dies. But as the flesh decays, a certain kind of worm is produced, which being nourished by the juices of the dead bird, brings forth feathers. Then, when it has acquired strength, it takes up that nest in which are the bones of its parent, and bearing these it passes from the land of Arabia into Egypt, to the city called Heliopolis, and in open day, flying in the sight of all men, it places them on the altar of the sun, and having done this, hastens back to its former abode. The priest then inspect the registers of the dates, and find that it has returned exactly as the 500 year was completed. Chapter 26 in its title. We shall rise again, then, as the scripture also testifies. Do we then deem it any great and wonderful thing for the maker of all things to raise up again those who have piously served him in the assurance of a good faith, when even by a bird he shows us the mightiness of his power to fulfill his promise? For the scripture says in a certain place, you shall raise me up, and I shall confess to you. And again, I laid down and slept. I awake because you are with me. And again, Job said, you shall raise up this flesh of mine, which has suffered all these things. Now, chapter 26 in its title, we shall rise again, then, as the scripture also testifies. Okay. And it reads, do we then deem it any great and wonderful thing for the maker of all things to raise up again those who would piously serve him in the assurance of a good faith, when even by a bird he shows us the mightiness of his power to fulfill his promise? Where the scripture says in a certain place, you shall raise me up, and I shall confess to you. And again, I laid down and slept. I awake because you are with me. And again, Job said, you shall raise up this flesh of mine, which has suffered all things. Now, chapter 27. In this title, in the hope of the resurrection, let us cleave to the omnipotent and omniscient God. Having then this hope, let our soul be bound to him who is faithful in his promises and just in his judgment. He who has commanded us not to lie shall much more himself not lie. For nothing is impossible with God except to lie. Let his faith therefore be stirred up again within us, and let us consider that all things are nigh unto him. By the word of his might he established all things, and by his word he can overthrow them. Who shall say to him, what have you done? Or who shall resist the power of his strength? When and as he pleases, he will do all things, and none of the things determined by him shall pass away. All things are open before him, and nothing can be hidden from his counsel. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Day to day utters speech, and night to night shows knowledge. And there are no words or speech of which the voice are not heard. So that was chapters 24, 25, 26, and 27. And I read from First Clement of Rome, the first epistle, letter of Clement to the Corinthians. Now let me click back over. I read from the Robert Donaldson translation. Let me click one more time. Back to Church Fathers. And then when you get over there to Church Fathers, click the Shepherd of Hermas. And the Robert Donaldson English translation. Okay. So I'm on the Shepherd of Hermas, the second book, Commandments, the fifth commandment, chapter 2. Now yesterday I read chapter 1 because it's only 2 chapters in fifth commandment. So I read chapter 1 yesterday, so I'm reading chapter 2 today. In chapter 2 it reads, "Hear now, said he, how wicked is the action of anger, and in what way it overthrows the servants of God by its actions, and turns them from righteousness, but it does not turn away those who are full of faith, nor does it act on them. For the power of the Lord is with them. It is the thoughtless and doubting that it turns away. For as soon as it sees such men standing steadfast, it throws itself into their hearts, and for nothing at all the man or woman becomes embittered on account of occurrences in their daily life, as for instance, on account of their food or some superfluous word that has been uttered, or on account of some friend or some gift or debt or some such senseless affair. For all these things are foolish and empty and unprofitable to the servants of God. But patience is great and mighty and strong and calm in the midst of great enlargement, joyful, rejoicing, free from care, glorifying God at all times, having no bitterness in her, and abiding continually, meek and quiet. Now this patience dwells with those who have complete faith. But anger is foolish and fickle and senseless. Now of folly is begotten bitterness, and of bitterness anger, and of anger frenzy. This frenzy, the product of so many evils, ends in great and incurable sin. For when all these spirits dwell in one vessel, in which the Holy Spirit also dwells, the vessel cannot contain them, but overflows. The tender spirit then, not being accustomed to dwell with the wicked spirit, nor with hardness, withdraws from such a man, and seeks to dwell with meekness and peacefulness. Then, when he withdraws from the man in whom he dwelt, the man is empty of the righteous spirit, and being henceforward filled with evil spirits, he is in a state of anarchy in every action, being dragged hither and thither by the evil spirits, and there is a complete darkness in his mind as to everything good. This then is what happens to all the angry. Wherefore do you depart from their most wicked spirit anger, and put on patience, and resist anger and bitterness, and you will be found in company with the purity which is loved by the Lord. Take care then that you neglect not by any chance this commandment, for if you obey this commandment, you will be able to keep all the other commandments which I am to give you. Be strong then in these commandments, and put on power, and let all put on power, as many as wish to walk in them. So that was chapter 2 from the 5th commandment, from the 2nd book, Commandments, the Shepherd of Hermas. And I read from the Robert Donaldson English translation. And I was on this web page, www.earlychristianwritings.com, and church fathers. Now I'm going to continue my reading. I'm on this web page, titled The Development of the Canon of the New Testament. And it's www.newtestamentntcanon.org/Athanasius. And it reads, Athanasius of Alexandria, born 293 Common Era, Alexandria, died May 2nd, the 373 Common Era in Alexandria. Saint Athanasius, theologian, ecclesiastical statesman, and Egyptian national leader, was the chief defender of Christian orthodoxy in the 4th century battle against Arianism. The heresy that the Son of God was a creature of light, but not of the same substance as God the Father. Athanasius attended the Council of Nicaea in 325, and shortly thereafter became Bishop of Alexandria in 328. For the rest of his life, he was engaged in theological and political struggles with the emperor and with Arian churchmen. Being banished from Alexandria several times, he wrote many important works, including his major theological treatise, The Life of Saint Anthony, and 4 orations against the Arians, and a number of letters on theological, pastoral, and administrative topics. A Catholic encyclopedia article is online at St. Athanasius. A clear acknowledgement of the New Testament canon of 27 books appears in the 39th Festal letter of Athanasius. Here the threefold division of Origen or Eusebius is abandoned as springs of salvation. There are only the 27 writings in which the doctrine of piety is proclaimed. Over against them are set the Apocrypha, fabricated by the heretics. Only the Didact and Shepherd of Hermas, besides a few Old Testament Apocrypha, are permitted for reading by those newly received into the church, since the fathers have so appointed. But these writings are not canonical. We may, however, infer from the concession that the 2 writings mentioned still enjoy very great esteem. For a visual summary of Athanasius' opinion, see the cross-reference table. There is no question that the emphasis on the exclusiveness and finality of the canon is closely connected with Athanasius' total theological conception, anti-heretical and Bible-related, over and above that it has to be. Observe that precisely in the years after 362, his concern was directed toward the unity of the Orthodox Church, and hence that for him a uniform canon was also a necessity. It is important that Athanasius turns sharply against all apocrypha, so that the lines are drawn as sharply as possible between canonical and apocryphal writings. Whatever they may be in terms of their origin, their content, or their age, the apocrypha are downgraded as heretical and therefore excluded from any ecclesiastical use. We cannot establish what effect Athanasius' letter had outside of Egypt. We may conjecture that it advanced the recognition of the 7 Catholic epistles in the East, but it could not remove the opposition to the revelation of John. This book only achieved its firm place in the canon of the Greek Church in the 10th century. The 39th Festal letter of Athanasius, 367, Common Era. It was an ancient custom for the Bishop of Alexandria to write, if possible, every year, soon after Epiphany, a so-called festal epistle to the Egyptian churches and monasteries under his authority, in which he informed them of the date of Easter and the beginning of the Lenten fast. By fixing the date of Easter, this yearly epistle fixed also the dates of all Christian festivals of the year, in view of the reputation of Alexandrian scholars who were devoted to astronomical calculations. It is not surprising that other parts of Christendom should eventually come to rely on the Egyptian church for information concerning the date of Easter made available to the Western Church through the Bishop of Rome and to the Syrian Church through the Bishop of Antioch. From Athanasius' 39th Festal letter in the year 367. Since, however, we have spoken of the heritage as dead, but of ourselves as possessors of divine writing unto salvation. And since I am afraid that, as Paul has written to the Corinthians, 2 Corinthians 11, chapter 3, verse, some godless person may be led astray from their purity and holiness by the craftiness of certain men, and begin thereafter to pay attention to other books, the so-called apocryphal writings, being deceived by their possession of the same names as the genuine books. I therefore exhort you to patience when, out of regard to the church's need and benefit, I mention in my letter matters with which you are acquainted. It being my intention to mention these matters, I shall, for the commendation of my venture, follow the example of the evangelist Luke, and say, Luke, the first chapter, verses 1 through 4, since some have taken in hand to set in order for themselves the so-called apocryphal, and to mingle them with the God-inspired scripture, concerning which we have attained to a sure persuasion, according to what the original eyewitness and ministers of the word had delivered unto our fathers. I also, having been urged by true brethren, and having investigated the matter from the beginning, have decided to set forth in order the writings that have been put in the canon, that have been handed down and confirmed as divine, in order that everyone who has been led astray may condemn his seducers, and that everyone who has remained stainless may rejoice, being again reminded of that. Athanasius now in the first place enumerates the scripture of the Old Testament. He then proceeds, continuing, I must without hesitation mention the scriptures of the New Testament. They are the following: the four Gospels according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. After them, the Acts of the Apostles, and the seven so-called Catholic epistles of the Apostles, namely one of James, two of Peter, then three of John, and after these, one of Jude. In addition, there are 14 epistles of the Apostle Paul, written in the following order: the first to the Romans, then two to the Corinthians, and then after these, the one to the Galatians, following it, the one to the Ephesians, there one to the Philippians, and the one to the Colossians, and two to the Thessalonians, and the epistle to the Hebrews, and then immediately two to Timothy, one to Titus, and lastly the one to Philemon, yet further the revelation of John. These are the springs of salvation, in order that he who is thirsty may fully refresh himself with the words contained in them. In them alone is the doctrine of piety proclaimed. Let no one add anything to them or take anything away from them. But for the sake of greater accuracy, I add, being constrained to write, that there are also other books besides these, which are not indeed been put in the canon, but have been appointed by the fathers as reading matter for those who have just come forward and wish to be instructed in the doctrine of piety. The wisdom of Solomon, the wisdom of Sirach, Esther, Judith, Tobias, the so-called teaching didact of the apostles, and the shepherd. And although beloved, the former are in the canon, and the latter serve as reading matter, yet mention is nowhere made of the apocrypha. Rather, they are a fabrication of the heretics, who write them down when it pleases them in journals assigned to them in early date of composition, in order that they may be able to draw upon them as supposedly ancient writings, when having them occasion to deceive the guileless. Now I just read the development of the canon of the New Testament from this web page, ntcanons.org/Athanasius. Now I'm continuing my reading. Now I'm reading now from the Panarean, Greek, Panarean, Latin, translated meaning bread basket. Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book. Now I'm in book 1, section 3. Now, part 43. Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against the Lucianists. Now, let me explain. Let me go back. I read yesterday, book 1, section 3, part 42 from the Panarean, Greek, Panarean, Latin. Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book, and read part 42, which was Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against the Marcionites. And I read and I already read 11. Yeah. I had already read 1:1 through 10:8. And 11:1 through 11:17. Now all those scullions that's in there, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to read. Really too much to read. So in my own time, as well as all those who are watching my video in your own time, those scullions, read on, because it just take up too much time. So what I did, I just bypassed those, just the scullion part, and I continued my reading from 12:1 through 12:3, and 13:1 through 16:14. So completed all read that part. But like I said, it was a lot of those scullions, and it'll take too much time to try to read all those scullions. So I bypass those. But in my in my own spare time, I can always come back and read all those scullions. So let me continue my reading. Part 43. Saint Epiphanius, a Salome Bishop of Cyprus, against the Lucianists. And it reads, Lucian, who is one of the ancients, not the modern one, who was born during the old age of Constantine, and whom the Arians, if you please, count as a martyr. This Lucian, the recent one, was an adherent of the sect of the Arians. I shall speak of him later, in a refutation of them. Now, however, the discussion pertains to the ancient Lucian. So in other words, there are two Lucians. There's one, the ancient Lucian, and then there's another Lucian who the recent. Now, let me continue reading. For he was a companion of Martians, formed a society himself by detaching it from Martian, and founded his own sect, the Lucianists, as the ancient ones were called, derived from him. His doctrines are like Martians in every way, but I have been told, and my impression of him is that he has only the New Testament. I do not know, however, whether he tampers with the gospel like Martian, for to tell the truth, as these people were ancient and were snuffed out in short order, and it has been difficult for me to track them down. The partial knowledge of his doctrines that I have is this. After supposedly establishing that the demiurge, judge and just God is one God, but that the good God likewise is another, and the evil God is someone else. Lucian, like Martian, also likes to cite certain texts from the scripture of the prophets in support of his opinion. The ones I mean are, vain is he that serveth the Lord, and they withstood God and were delivered. Over and beyond the teaching of his master, he rejects marriage entirely and teaches celibacy, not for celibacy's sake, but to refuse assent to the works of the demiurge. He teaches that people should refrain from marriage in opposition to the prospering of the demiurge through procreation in the world. From this matrimony, he says, prosperity accrues to the demiurge through procreation in the world. But he will be detected for what he is and refuted by the opposition which I have already offered his master, since I have given his rebuttal and refutation with many arguments, and what kinds of passages, and how many of them the gospel agrees with the Old Testament. How our Lord himself acknowledges that both the making of the world is his very own, and that the creation is his Father's. Above all, to sum up with a crowning argument found in St. John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made, and the rest. But he himself can certainly be refuted at once. But though he may like to say that the bond of matrimony is refused for the sake of opposing the things the demiurge has made, and refusing assent to them, so as not to cooperate with the demiurge, thus keeping entirely away from the work of the demiurge, how can his opinion be anything but irrational, easy to detect, and refutable at once? For observe, the tramp and charlatan solicits the loan both of food and clothing, both drinkables and edibles, from creation and the handiwork of the demiurge. And there is no way he can avoid these things and make no use of them. For God, the Lord and demiurge, and caring for all, makes his sun rise on evil and good, sends his rain on those who blaspheme and those who glorify him, and nourishes all. This is not by some senseless, unfeeling decree, because of the vengeance he has ordained at the coming judgment. He is patient and in keeping with his aid to all, orders all things by his own decision, by his own decrees. Excuse me. Let me say that again. Orders all things by his own decrees and wisdom, so that the repentant may receive his pardon and obtain salvation. But if they should persist in their blasphemous opinions and the vain beliefs which God never gave them, then after their departure, when they have no more free agency, he will punish them justly, not, however, passing the sentence that will be theirs from wrath or inflicting their coming punishments as in anger. He has given forewarning of all this because of his Godhead, which is not subject to passions. It will be because of the wickedness with which each of the unrighteous, by doing something to his own harm, has become accessory to his own condemnation. God is not to blame for our defection and our condemnation because of it. And so this man too can be detected as in every way part and parcel of the sins before and after him, and one of the sons of perdition, as the truth shows us in the light of the gospel, which brightly illumines the whole world and truly saves the sons of the true faith. Therefore, as though we had killed a snake quickly with a short cudgel when it peeped from its hole and had left it dead, let us go on to the rest as promised, availing ourselves of God's help for the establishment of his truth. So, I just read 1:1 through 2:8, part 43. Saint Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, against the Lucinists. And section 3, book 1, the Panarian, Greek, Panarian, Latin, translated bread basket. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Global Rights, Frontline Defenders, Human Rights Without Frontiers, the International Service for Human Rights. Conservation International, Wildlife Conservation Society, the Conservation Fund, the League of Conservation Voters, Earth Watch Institute, Conservancy Association, Earth Justice, the Conservation Volunteers, Wildlife Conservation Network, Endangered Wildlife Trust, Biodiversity and Nature Conservancy Association, Rare Species Conservation Center, Wildlife Research and Conservation Trust, Rainforest Trust, the International Rainforest Conservation Organizations, Rainforest Alliance, Rainforest Action Network. Biodiversity International, Earth Day Network, Environmental Defense Fund, Friends of the Earth, Friends of Nature, Greenpeace, the Nature Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Society, Soil and Water Conservation, Clean Water Action, World Water Council, Marine Conservation Institute, Marine Conservation Alliance, Oceanic Preservation Society, Oceanic Society, Global Ocean Commission, International Marine Life Alliance. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Ancient people in the Bible. Don't take it lightly. Just put this in your mind. When we was reading adverses heresies against heresies, just think about how Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyon, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, and the Catholic Church, refuted all this Gnosticism. They tried to take the Holy Bible. That's what they did. They tried to take the Holy Bible and distort it. So don't take it lightly. Don't take it lightly when I be talking about the ancient people in the Holy Bible. Because a lot of this comes out, it's in the Bible and whatever. And so don't take it lightly like, what the hell Eric doing sitting around talking about ancient people in the Bible? Because somebody or try to distort, try to lie about the Holy Bible. Ancient people in the Holy Bible. The Amorites, Afro-Asiatics. The Egyptians, Afro-Asiatics. The Amalekites, they were the supposed descendants of Esau. The Kenites, they were a nomadic tribe in the ancient Levant. Moses' father-in-law was a Kenite. The Canaanites, ancient people. The Kenizzites, they were ancient people. Jupiter, father of the Israelite leader Caleb, was called a Kenizzite. The Hittites, they were Indo-Europeans. The Perizzites, they were ancient people. Rephaims or Rephaites, they were also called Zamzum and Emil. They were ancient people. They were considered to be giants. Canaanites. Canaan, son of Ham, grandson of Noah. Canaanite, an ethnic catch-all term covering various indigenous populations, both settled and nomadic pastoral groups throughout southern Levant and Canaan. The Girgasites, they were descendants of Canaan. The Jebusites, Jebus. The Philistines. They were not Afro-Asiatics. The Philistines have not been determined as being Indo-Europeans. The Hurrians, Hittites, Horites, and in every other that I didn't mention, the Moabites, Afro-Asiatics, Mennonites, Afro-Asiatics, the Ammonites, Afro-Asiatics, I excuse me. Oh man, I forgot the laptop pickup. Man. Oh. I didn't read the newspaper yesterday, but see one of these Russian newspapers. Let me see here. No, this one of these Russian newspapers. I'm just on what time is it? Okay, I'm just gonna look at this. What's this? Pravda. All right, let me check out something here. Let me see. Let me see. All right, well, you know, I was just checking the newspaper since the day was that day. It's the day that the police, they've been talking about it on the news so much, so I might well read a Russian newspaper, the big military parade, because you know in Russia, you know this the 77th anniversary of the victory in the Great Patriotic War. Where they got a story that said the civilians tell how they were held by Nazis in their steel plant. Well, I didn't read the newspaper yesterday, so I ain't have to. Well, hey, before I end my video, that was a pretty exciting race on that Kentucky Derby one. I saw the highlights. No, I saw the highlights on them. Man, that horse came from almost all the way in the back. Man, that horse came. I'm talking about, man. And then when he took the lead, just stretched on out. I'm talking about he came from all the way in the back, and then got in the front and just kept on going. Boy. And then say he was what, 80-1 odds to win. Came all the way from the back. Then when he came up, he came all through the crowd. Didn't stop. Boy. Woo. I hope everybody had a happy, I hope and pray everybody had a happy Mother's Day. And it was pretty good weather yesterday. I went and saw my mom and had a Mother's Day visit with my mom. And she's getting better each and every day. And so, I always put God first. And I always thank God for all the blessings and guidance that God provides us all with. And there's only one church, the one and only church, the Catholic Church, the Catholic Church, and you're a Catholic, you're a Christian, and you're a Christian, you're a Catholic. All that other stuff, that's that esotericism. All that Protestant Reformation, that's that esotericism, and all that Gnostic mess, and all that, that nagging my library that I've been trying to address and been putting my focus on, is getting that mess about not only trying to influence me with it, but trying to go around trying to influence any and everybody with the nag of my library. And then talking about some modern paganism or contemporary paganism and neo-paganism and that polytheistic reconstructionism, and when you in that neo-paganism and all that polytheistic reconstruction, that was that ethnic religion, folk religion, that's what I mean. That's not just me. No, that's not me. Talk this, and then that esoteric. See, when you talk about pagan by itself, let's not forget the people that converted to Christianity. It virtually did away with pagan because there were so many people converting to be a Catholic and to be a Christian. So that's the response. It's not all that, and then all the other terms for pagan, like Helen, Gentile, heathen. And so, that virtually did away with, the conversion of people to the Catholic faith to be Christian. But esotericism came along later on. Well, I ain't gonna say later on, all that esotericism, all that Western esoteric, Western mystery tradition, and modern paganism or contemporary paganism, neo-paganism, polytheistic reconstructionism, ethnic religion, folk religion, the nag of my library. You're trying to throw all that up in there. The rejected knowledge, and all that lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, transsexual, queer, esotericism, Western esotericism, Western mystery tradition. That's not me. No, this actually in actuality trying to promote homosexuals and lesbians and all that bisexual. But the one and only church, the Catholic Church. You're a Catholic, you're a Christian, you're a Christian, you're a Catholic. Scripture and tradition. Again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine, right here in the city of Memphis and the county of the state of Tennessee. Thank all my fans, my support for your continued courage, support, and take care of yourself. Wish each and every one your very best, and And again, our thoughts and prayers with local radio disc jockey Bobby OJ. He passed away, and last week. And again, our thoughts and prayers with local radio disc jockey at WDIA, Bobby OJ, his family, and he passed away. And our thoughts and prayers with his family.